the opening vistas of space promise high costs as well as high reward. We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained. The exploration of space is one of the great adventures of all time. And we mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it.
Today's little hiccup was not the fault of YouTube. It was, as usual, my fault again. I forgot to load the game first. Usually I already have the game loaded so that it doesn't do that when it's initially loading. And it's also generally easier to already be in the game because the loading screens are a little bit faster. But here we are. This is why it's a casual experience and not a professional experience. Okay. Sidonia. New Atlantis. Aquila. Sidonia. You know what I think we're gonna do here? I think what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to some other places. Such as I think it's in Alpha Centauri. Could be wrong. Gagarin? Yeah. Let's go to Gagarin.
Welcome to Gagarin. You're cleared to land.
I forgot I had contraband on my ship. Good thing it was on my ship. So, interesting to note, because of the way this mod for always getting a landing screen works, in theory, I'm going to get XP for discovering a zone every time I land. Now, it's not a lot of XP, but it's kind of funny that because of the way the game is designed and the fact that Bethesda for some reason doesn't want to just put a simple tag or something in the code that allows you to always get a landing screen. We instead are going to get extra XP for landing at a place over and over again. I think that's funny. Because we've definitely already been here. Wow. Okay. Ooh. For some reason, it's easier for me to remember the path going out than it is when I come back in. There's a weird disorientation I have when I'm coming into my ship that I don't have when I'm leaving. It's very strange.
You should inspect your ship for heat leeches every couple landings. They'll cause plenty of havoc if left unchecked.
Shouldn't that be your job?
Anything I can help you with? Sure, have at it.
Like, you're the ship services technician. Shouldn't it be your job to do that? Anyway. Hello.
Tell me you're here to just report a good old-fashioned crime? If I have to deal with one more corporate exec begging for special treatment, I'll eat my badge.
Sorry, what's this about corporate execs?
Oh, you haven't heard? Gagarin's going to be the next New Atlantis, or so we've all been told. Centauri Mills, Arcmite, Reliant Medical, they all bought up and renovated derelict buildings here in the city in the past couple years. We needed their jobs, to be sure. Gagarin got hit hard after the mech plants were all shuttered when the colony war ended. But I'm not sure I've ever met a more entitled group than these executives. Treat the city like an amusement park, and all of us as the amusements. It's kept me and my people plenty busy, just not with actual policing. But, I'm sorry. Did you actually need to report something?
Not really. If you're looking for new crimes to investigate, I'm happy to oblige.
You know, your stand-up routine leaves something to be desired. Though if you're gunning for a personalized tour of one of Gagarin's holding cells, that can certainly be arranged. But I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm Delitzo Pretorius, UC Security Chief. It's our job to deal with any law breaking around Gagarin, and we take that job very seriously. Now, was there something I can help you with?
A lot of crime here in Gagarin?
We've had our issues. Some folks aren't thrilled about the corporations moving in, but the majority don't act on it. Those that do largely keep it civil. Protest, throw some paint, occasional crate wanders off. But we've managed to avoid any open conflict so far. It's really not a bad assignment.
And, how long have you been on this job?
Well, I came here right after training, which was 10 years ago now. Gagarin was a lot rougher then. People were still reeling from all the plants getting shut down after the war. So there was a lot of petty theft, break-ins. I was responsible for putting together a pretty busy community outreach program. Worked out well enough that they eventually made me chief.
And, what should I see while I'm here?
Gagarin's not really that sort of burg. Most of the restaurants went belly up when the mech trade shut down. Only one left is Lizzie's, on the other side of town, though it does have a nice view of the square. There's also a little social club the local executive set up across from Lizzie's, but it's still pretty light on amenities. Now, if you're just looking to resupply, then you'll want Clint's. Another case of last business standing, but he's got a good selection. And for medical supplies, you'll want Dr. Kayala. You can find both of them on the main concourse. Beyond that, we're just corporate offices and private homes.
Well, thank you for the information. And I'm sorry about my bad joke earlier.
Just stay out of trouble.
I will. Let me rephrase. I will try. Trouble tends to find me. Are you
If my
Dr.
services
Kayala?
are inadequate, please leave a complaint so I can improve. Have a nice day.
Can you make it quick?
I'm guessing you're not who I need to talk to then. Never mind.
I better get back to it.
Are you who I need to talk to?
Ugh, real scorcher today, isn't it?
Nope. Okay. Are you who I need to talk to?
You're not the usual courier. Please tell me you're his replacement, and that you're just here to pay me a long overdue visit on his behalf.
I think you've got me confused with someone else.
You're not the courier. Our delivery service doesn't run late like this. Something must have happened. Look, I'm expecting a very important package. Very important. What would you say to tracking it down for me? Quickly. I pay, and I pay well.
Sure, if you're paying.
Good. Let's get you on your way then. Akachi Rosenblum, United Transport, Gagarin branch. Now, please. Akachi, it's Helena, over at Reliant Medical. Your courier never showed. I need his stops for the day. This is my I don't care voice, Akachi. Oh? And what's your firm's policy on losing our branch as a client? I thought so. Send it to my personal slate. Thank you, Akachi. Here, all the places our courier might have gotten waylaid. She mentioned a panel or something that you can plug his ID number into at each delivery point. They should tell you if he's been there recently. The ID's 8148. When you do finally track him down, you can tell him you'll be completing delivery. Now go get me my package. Please.
Okay. That is a very determined person who does not seem to care who I am. Honestly, I don't
Gagarin
mind.
was a one-industry city for a long time. Now, we got a little bit of everything.
Great.
You from off-world? Well, if you like your destinations hot and dusty, Gagarin's got you covered.
You must be Clint.
Welcome to Clint's. Whatever you need, I'm sure I've got it lying around somewhere. Except mech parts. Don't trade those anymore, so don't waste your time asking.
Let me see what you got.
Refurbished a lot of the pieces myself.
So there's a really super weird bug that I have very rarely encountered. I don't know if it's actually a bug or if it's some kind of a seed generation thing or not. But some objects refuse to appear in a game save. And I don't know what causes that. And it's only like a couple of objects too. You're a big boy.
System's down. Nothing's going out until it's fixed. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I've got a lot of shipments to process still, so let's cut to the chase. Are you here to claim a shipment in storage, or do you have some other shipping concern? Did one of my robots wander off again? Was it something else entirely?
Well, does a lot of cargo come through here?
You'd be surprised. Gagarin's had a bit of a resurgence lately as an industrial hub. It seems like every week we're storing and shipping more and more cargo. That reminds me, if this keeps up, we're going to need more robots.
What can you tell me about this warehouse?
Well, it's owned by Unified Transport. We employ a mostly robotic staff. Fewer mistakes that way. We do short-term storage, long-term. I guess that's pretty much it. It's a warehouse. We do shipping. Enough said.
There are a lot of robots around here?
What do you expect? Robots never get tired. They don't need breaks. They can carry heavy loads. They're faster and more efficient in every way for this kind of work. And if I'm being honest, I prefer their company. When you've spent most of your life in space away from people, you learn to trust technology more than humanity. I'll be the same.
That's a way to look at life. Anyway, as I was saying, for example, in one save, and I will even say it tends to be the same, let's say, quality of objects. in one of my saves, I could not find a mag shear, an advanced mag shear, to save my life. Nobody dropped one, nobody sold them, they were nowhere in the save. I could get a calibrated and a refined, and yes, level does have something to do with that, but I was plenty leveled up, similar to this character who's level 1, 2, 3, on purpose. But yeah, it never dropped. Another one was an advanced mag sniper. Different save. Mag shots and mag pulses seem to drop in literally every save, in every quality. What's another one that didn't drop? No, those always drop. Razorback. I had a save where I did not get a single Razorback, and that included even after I got the special named Razorback. There's a couple of them, but one is like a gold level Razorback. Nope. Which I was actually worried about. These two. Some saves, you'll find an Inflictor and no Star Shards. Another save that I did, I found Star Shards, no Inflictors at the advanced level. Now, it does seem to specifically be a quality issue to that, which, I don't know, maybe it's because the highest quality of certain weapons is restricted to certain levels, and the game just isn't registering something in the background. I don't know how the code works, but it took forever. Much like this save, it took forever to eventually find an advanced XM2311, and it was a specific quest where we finally found the XM2311s. Because everybody had them, and I think the game finally said, oh, everybody has these. Now we're finding them in random loot, and I mentioned that before. It's a weird thing. This save seems to be, so there's a few superior spacesuits. There's the Bounty Hunter spacesuit, there's the Ecliptic spacesuit, the Trackers Alliance spacesuit. There's one pirate spacesuit that is a superior quality, and I think I'm missing another one, but there is an explorer's spacesuit that is supposed to be superior quality. I have yet to find one anywhere. Now, again, I don't know if that's just some weird, like, I haven't done a quest where I first encounter one and it starts getting pooled in with all the other things, but every save, there's that one item that is extremely hard or impossible to find ever. And on those saves, I've used the console to give me one eventually. Now, I don't really care that much anymore. I prefer to have one of everything when it comes to that stuff, but
I heard there's a bunch of old abandoned mines in your town.
that sounds like a quest hook.
Courier 8148 detected. Error. You have already checked in at this drop-off location. Please resume standard route.
Anyway, that was just me. It wasn't. I wasn't even complaining exactly or ranting. It's just one of those weird aspects of the game that
I don't miss all the extra heat
seems
from the
to
old forges, that's for sure.
always be a thing. and I don't know why. It's sort of like in the game Grand Theft Auto. Some cars will just not spawn every time you load the game at random because of some sort of a caching issue with how they spawn
You have any
cars
problems,
in.
you should talk to Chief
And
Pretorius.
certain models just refuse to spawn once you've loaded up a save, etc.
Some of the other executives and I have been looking to form a town council. Ensure everyone's voices are heard in city matters. The locals would be invited, of course. It's the loudest voices that get the most attention. I doubt most Gagarinites, Gagarinians. Well, the people here don't mind us, is what I'm saying.
What would it be? Gagarinites? Gagarin? Wouldn't it just be Gagarins? No, probably not. I suppose it doesn't matter as long as your point is getting across.
Nice to finally be getting some new neighbors.
Gagarinese?
Buzz off, alright?
Rude.
I hate it when the walkways creak.
Why is no one talking about bringing back mechs? City was fine before Freestar banned them.
I like it when they creak. Hello.
Looking for a drink? Don't serve anything fancy, so if you're about to ask for wine spritz or whatever, you can hop right back on your ship to New Atlantis.
Got something against folks from New Atlantis?
Not as a rule, no. Just the ones that come to Gagarin and want to change it. And those folks usually ask for disgusting, overly complicated drinks. You one of them?
I mean, I like anything, but I don't have a style. I'll look at your menu.
Menu. You're funny. Here's what I've got.
I love that. I love, truly I love, that her dialogue was designed to specifically say that she doesn't have things like sparkling wine. And what do we have right here? 8 sparkling waters and 9 sparkling wines. I love that. I love it. All right. Anything you can tell me about this place?
Heat getting to you? I can fix that. Bunch of corporate marionettes moving in, setting up shop. They think we're just a bunch of cheap factories and dumb labor that'll leap at whatever scraps they toss us. But Gagarins are tough by default. We've got exactly 0 need of corporate condescension.
Well then. Got any work needs done?
Lucky you. I've got a little project I could use some help with. You've seen all the neckties and power suits wandering around town? Feels like they're everywhere. And while I like a bunch of stuck-up new Atlantean MBAs defiling my city as much as I enjoy unmedicated dental surgery, they've got the credits, so sooner or later, I'm going to need to start serving them, or someone else will.
Let's just jump to the part where you tell me what it is you want.
Okay. I got a tip where I might acquire some luxury beverages. On the cheap. There's this ship whose crew had to ditch mid-flight. I presume it's some kind of luxury liner because it's supposedly got an impressive collection of booze on it. I want you to go to the ship, find the best stuff on board, and bring it to me. Anything else on the ship is yours to keep. Plus, I'll throw in some credits for your trouble.
What can you tell me about the ship?
My rumor was light on details. Got to be some kind of lesser luxury craft. A pleasure yacht or the like. Not going to find the sort of beverages I'm after on anything else.
And where'd you get the tip? Think the ship's even out there?
My contact's reliable. More than that, not your job to know.
Alright. Where can I find it?
Exactly what I was hoping to hear. You'll find the ship doing laps around Grissom. And be careful. I'm not paying for broken bottles, okay?
Folks on Gagarin, we just want to be left alone. Understand?
Well, maybe you should stop telling everyone that you want to be left alone.
You have already checked in at this location. Please resume route.
You know, because every time you tell somebody, leave me alone, you're involving them.
Check-in accepted. You are late, courier. Please complete delivery and proceed along your route.
Welcome to the Vanguard Recruitment Office. Here to join the cause. If you've got a ship and the metal to help keep UC systems safe, the Vanguard has got a place for you.
That didn't resolve the issue. I don't think. Well, we'll see. Okay. I'm actually already in the Vanguard.
Ah, pleasure to meet you, Captain. So then, to what do I owe the visit?
Looking for work? Heard somebody say something?
I'd love to get some more people coming in the door. Any interest in helping me distribute some recruiting materials to a couple local concerns?
If it pays, sure.
Got some spare credits in the coffer? Sure. You'll be dropping off recruitment kits to 3 people. Lizzie Aheo at the local watering hole, Chief Pretorius at the security office, and Dr. Keala over at the clinic. I'll pay you for the legwork, but I'll throw in some extra if you can get them to guarantee they'll actually put the materials up. That all sound like it's in your wheelhouse?
Any suggestions on convincing them to share?
If I knew how to do that, I wouldn't have to pay someone. But I trust you'll figure something out. So, does that mean you'll do it?
Absolutely.
Good. Once you're done, come back here. I'll have your credits waiting.
Well, all right then. Ah, I was missing something there. Hold on. Okay. No, it does have to be that. There we go. No. No. What was that? Okay. Ammo. Sword. Med pack. If you're wondering why I don't steal anything that isn't credits.
I have to break up one more find at
Oh,
Lizzie's.
good
She
grief.
and I are
Get
gonna have
shut
problems.
shut up. Get out of my way. Good grief. Credits, when stolen, go right into your pool of credits. Whereas everything else gets mixed in, and there's no way to sort by objects that have been stolen when you're going in to sort things. So, it's just easier to not deal with it on any level. Because while there is a process to go about selling and rebuying stuff to the trade authority, it's an annoying process when you have to literally just either remember what things you have that are stolen, or you have to literally go through the list and figure it out. It's just a pain in the ass. So I just don't steal things that aren't credits. And if you're going to tell me that stealing anything is wrong, well, you're not wrong. It is. That's correct. But also, obviously, I don't care.
Check-in accepted. Please continue along your route, courier.
We're not supposed to leave the canyon. Too dangerous. What? I look like the welcoming committee or something?
You got anything
Get
bubbly
out of
back
my
there?
face.
I got hired at the Centauri Mills plant, and we're gonna celebrate.
Do you think I've got anything bubbly back here?
Oh, I misspoke. I said, beer, please.
That's what I thought.
Someone painted some choice words on the front of the Arcmine factory the other day. The robots took it down pretty quick.
Were you looking to just wet your whistle?
Here to drop off some, recruitment materials.
More of these things? Fine. Give 'em here. I'll make sure they find their way to the incinerator with the earlier batches.
You should hang up the posters.
Oh, yeah? Fine. Let's discuss.
Folks come here when they're down on their luck. The military's a chance to improve their lot. But more important, the military drinks like beer is water.
Plenty around here who could use some more stability. That's for sure. Okay, I'll put up the damn posters. Now buzz off before I regret my decision.
You bet.
You one of those corporate drones? Gagarin doesn't want you.
Do I look like a corporate drone?
Our last head of security was a real hard ass. Now, if Chief Pretorius...
Most of these corporate clowns won't even show their face at Lizzie's.
I've been trying to get a transfer to New Atlantis. Pay's better, climate's better. But I don't think I'm the only one.
I take it you're here for after hours.
This is an active industrial site. It would be advisable to wear a hard hat.
Thank you.
The Terrabrew kiosk still busted? I swear, last time... that thing worked, there were still humans on Earth.
You been to Clint's recently? You get crushed under all that crap yet?
Well, now, wait a minute. It can't not go in any of them. That is a definite bug that really annoys me. Every so often, it will just make it so that you literally can't pick the lock. It's not super frequent, but it's frequent enough.
If one more corporate exec Asks for security escort to their ship. I might just hit someone.
How about promoting the Vanguard?
News in there that start coming from my people sooner or later. Sure. Give 'em here. I'll throw 'em up in the office.
That was easy. Thanks.
Sure. Zeneda's helped me out of more than a couple tight squeezes. Least I can do.
Speaking of crimes...
Could use a little chit-chat after the day I've had. Be safe.
Okay. Well, I actually did want to report a crime, but if you're... This is the problem with having robots wandering about like that. They just knock everything over. They don't care. To them, it's just an obstacle that doesn't even register. About your package.
Back at last. Did you find the courier? And more importantly, my package?
Well, I recovered the package, but your courier's dead and your package is empty. Technically, you asked for the package, not its contents. On that front, I can provide. Here you go.
My God. Dead? Well, I suppose that explains why my employee, Mr. Maximoff, disappeared so suddenly. And why the tracking beacon I installed on his ship was detected fleeing the planet. Here, your payment for finding the courier. It seems you've got some chops when it comes to investigation. What would you say to finding Mr. Maximoff for me? Seeing what he knows about where our data might have wandered off to.
Don't you think this is more a job for UC Security at this point?
Oh, I'll be informing UC Security, but speedy results don't appear to be their forte. I need Mr. Maximoff tracked down and my package recovered, and I need it now. Can I count on you to handle that?
And, why did you install a tracking device on your employee's ship?
Mr. Maximoff was, may still be, one of Reliant's most ambitious young executives. His business is Reliant's business. If he was to do something rash, like run off with Reliant's confidential and proprietary data, then it's our responsibility to know that. Hence the tracker. And why I'd appreciate your help in confirming if that's the case or not.
Well, sure, why not? I was like a good bounty.
Excellent. Mr. Maximoff, Bonifant, appears to have set down on another world here in Alpha Centauri, Hawley. Go there and see what he may know on the subject of our fallen courier and our missing data.
Well, more than likely he knows a lot. Or, go with me here, he's been abducted and may not know anything. Because he's probably dead. It happens.
Hey, what's drunk? People seem to really like it.
You'll find out when you're older, kid. And you'll probably really like it too. Ah, doctor.
I'm Dr. Keala. Are you a new patient? If you're a UC citizen, I can look you up, get your benefits processed once we've done a workup.
I'm actually here to drop off some Vanguard posters.
Ah. Zenaida warned me this day might be coming. Look, I presume you're not getting paid if I refuse delivery. So here, I'll take them. I'm not about to pull credits out of someone else's pockets. But this is a medical office. I can't in good conscience hang those things up. First, do no harm and all.
Well, what would you say if I said something to change your mind?
I think you're just wasting your time here.
You'd be helping out the people of Gagarin. Jobs.
Zenaida always has been one of the good ones around here. All right, I'll put them up. Tell Zenaida she wins, okay?
Great.
I hope we're keeping hydrated. At least half my patients are just folks in need of a couple extra glasses of water.
Do you have water?
I'm sure I have something I can spare.
Thanks, Doc.
I'm here to help.
Security's
day or
usually
night.
good about keeping out strays, but keep your
Are
eyes
you
open at night for dust
following
devils and
me,
palm
sir?
reeds, okay?
Sir, are you following me? You seem to be, like, everywhere I've been so far. Stop it. Seriously, I think that guy was following me.
You managed to get those materials passed out? Folks didn't give you too much trouble, I hope.
No. Job's done. Everybody said they were gonna put them up.
Really? Never thought in a million years Lizzie and Doc Keala would play ball. Good work. Here, what I owe you for the deliveries. And for your top-notch negotiation skills. Thanks again for helping out.
You bet. Supra blah blah blah. Oh, I know the credo, but I just like being a sarcastic ass. Oh, well, alright then. Let's go see about a potential package thief. Hello, Marika. Up. Oh, hi. That's cute. You don't stand a chance.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Let's get him.
I'm actually going to let you shoot me for a while. What do you think of that? Yeah, bring it on. Ooh, coordinated attack. Come on, you could do it. I believe in you. You've got my shields down to 96%. 96! Keep going. Oh, sorry, my shields regenerated while you were playing around. Some spiders like to play with their food before they eat. I am that spider. Goodbye. Well, technically hello, then goodbye, but you get the idea. Fortunately, ship combat etiquette in the settled systems is that while two ships are docked, nobody attacks them. At least that's been my experience. What kind of fun should we have? Let's go with simple fun. no gravity. Well. Normally, I would just leave, but I'm willing to... I'm willing to have a little bit of fun because I know this ship isn't very big. If it were like Crimson Fleet White or a I think it's, what are the spacer ones called? I can't remember. The spacer version of a white. I would probably say no thank you. But I have a present for you. It's called a grenade. Enjoy. Ow. It's a real shame that apparently you can't be boarded. I would love to be boarded by, you know, I mean, assuming that they could get my shields down to a point where they could EM my engines, but yeah, that would be neat. In fact, it would be neat if different ship types tried to do different tactics. For example, Ecliptic probably wouldn't try to board. They'd just kill you. Because it's usually dead or alive, so... Dead, you know. Dead's easier. I would imagine Crimson Fleet would probably try to board quite frequently. Because they want all your stuff, right? So they would try to take out your shields, drop your engines, and board. I think, and then spacers would probably be just, you know, mixed bag. You never know what you're going to get with a spacer. Which would also make sense. Oh, pardon me, Betty. Thank you. Yeah, not this one again. We haven't done the breach in a while. Whoops-a-doodle. Really? No gravity again? Well. Fortunately, it's a small ship again, so we'll just go ahead and I suppose I literally can't say grenade if it's not technically a grenade. Also, though, I don't know if I can throw this or if it gets placed. I've never tried it before. So I guess this will be a learning experience, won't it? That was cool. Oh my word, that was so cool. I'm definitely gonna do that again. I can't believe that I never did that before. I think it was even better in 0G, specifically. Because it just sort of floated out there like a frisbee. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna do that again. Whoops, wrong button. That's okay. I meant to board my ship, not just immediately appear in my pilot seat. Before we do that, we've got some other things to do, like this.
Activated.
What's happening, some people might be saying, and other people might totally understand what's happening. Well, what's happening is I'm cheatering. Because that's where I get my enjoyment out of a game. It's also why I rarely play multiplayer games. For me, some things are just not that fun. Running out of equipment. Having to, quote, earn credits. Hey, the way I look at it, I'm wanted for a reason. That's not your personal cup of tea, I totally understand. Specifically, what I'm doing is increasing the amount of objects I have by placing them into a container without losing what I already have. And then once I do that, I will recollect them from the container at a much higher volume than what I currently have. Because I cannot lose what I currently have the way I currently have my game set up.
Deactivated.
And that's why you sometimes hear that. Activated and deactivated. In case it wasn't clear. And now... I mean, even without cheating, there's inventory management in this game. With the way I cheat, there's still inventory management. So, I don't feel anything's really lost. Actually, I don't need that. Because what we're looking for... there we go. There's one. And all we're doing here is changing a name. I know there was another one. Did I miss it? Was it not? What? I'm positive there was another one, or there should have been. Now I'm confused. I guess there wasn't. I just thought there was. Okay. That's also fine. But since this is a sidearm, we are going to need to do this. And the question is where to actually put it. Don't know if it can go here. I don't think it can. Definitely not with the roll of paper there. That's one I would be willing to just ditch. But I don't know if it'll go there anyway. Yeah, it still won't go there. That's a shame. Like, I mean, that's clearly a place to put stuff. You know. All right. Yeah, I don't want to put it there though because it would be in the way. Can it go there? Ooh. It's kind of awkward, but interesting just the same. Don't want it to clip with the other case though. That should work. We'll see. Hey, it doesn't clip. It is awkward, like I said it would be, but it doesn't clip, and that's the important part. Alright. And... what is this? 106. No, that's not what I'm looking at. 43 Ultramag. Nice. Okay. Now let's go down to this planet and let's prepare for whatever eventuality we're going to encounter. Freezing liquid thunderstorm. That is an amazing combination of weather effects. And this is an unfortunate piece of design flaw. Like game design flaw. bet if I force the issue, I could actually get down in there. That's not good. Ooh, light planet. 0.5. All right. It is stuff like this that bugs me in any given game. It's not just a Bethesda game. Any game. Like, I understand something happened that nobody checked on, but this is a major quest, landing space. I can tell you for certain this quest is always on this planet, and this landing space is always like this, including this flaw. Which means nobody checked. Like, nobody just got out of the ship, walked around. It doesn't take much to see it. If you had a smaller ship than mine, the center mass would still be the same. You could walk out, take a relatively quick look around. Just literally walk around. Walk around the place to make sure everything looks okay. I have seen in some of the areas like rocks that are floating. But they're floating so close to the ground that you can forgive it, you know? Like something like this, only it's not like that. It's literally floating. Like a smaller rock like this is like, you walk around and one little space on the rock. Oh, I can see through to the world below. But something like this is blatant. It's blatant. Like, and you cannot tell me, well, okay, you could tell me that, oh, well, we just couldn't fix it, so we just left it there. I highly doubt that. I think that whatever happened here was always here, and just, like I said, nobody fixed it. So you get this. There's a lot of things that break immersion in this game. But that is a travesty. You know, it's like walking into a room in or a space in Grand Theft Auto, and oh, there's a floating car just driving above the road. Whoops. You know, actually no, it's worse than a floating car, because at least with a floating car, that's probably a one-off issue. You know, oh, there's not really anything we can do about that because, you know, it's just a weird glitch in how the car spawned in and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It obviously doesn't bug me enough to stop playing. I think I'm up to 1,700 hours or something now. I truly do love this game. It's probably why the things that bug me about it bug me so much, because I love it so much. I wish it were better. I would even say that I probably complain about the things I love more than I complain about the things I don't love in general. You know, because I see something that is so blatantly wrong, and all I can think is, oh. And if my complaining turns people off of this series of streams, I totally get that too. Unfortunately, I am that person, so you have to kind of get used to it or not, you know. One of the things that I absolutely love in this game is a feature they added to the overall, and that is the mantling. I love the mantling. I only my complaints about the mantling are mostly just about the I don't know how to put into words what I don't like about it. It's how exactly it works, and that is to say that sometimes it doesn't. Like, when you mantle... Oh, I forgot this is low gravity. When you mantle, let me see if I can get it to work again. Sometimes, so that was a good mantle, but quite frequently, and you'd actually probably see it better in my ship. Quite frequently, when you mantle in this game, it won't go forward enough to get onto the ledge that you're trying to mantle. And that's something that I don't know how you could fix, because I don't know how it was programmed and I don't know coding. But I feel like whatever they did to push you forward when you mantle, they could just push you forward a little bit more. Just a little bit more. So that it didn't do that, so that you don't get double mantling effects where you climb up and you immediately fall and immediately mantle again, which happens when I'm doing the jumping in the ship quite often. And then the other one is kind of just a personal issue more than anything, and that is when I am, let's say, next to an object that is like a short rail. Hey, let's use a short rail. I would like to not mantle, if that makes sense. I'd like to do that, but drop to the other side. You know, like, as though I am just kicking my legs over and dropping to the other side, when it's specifically like a rail. If it's a container or a surface, then obviously I want to quickly climb it, just like you normally do. But when it's a rail, just up and over as part of the animation. But again, that's just a super personal thing with me. And then finally, the only other very, very minor issue I have with mantling is sometimes it just doesn't work. Now, there you go! I was pushing forward against the rail, and I jumped. It should have mantled. It did not. That's it. That's a super minor quibble that I have with mantling. Alright, I apologize. Let's get back to the task at hand. I'll shut up now. And the crowd goes wild. my word! I didn't even do that on purpose. I just wanted a picture. Ah. Ah. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. That does not look like a fun place to sleep. I mean, especially in this place. You know what? It's a lightning storm. I'm not going to be up there. An idiot was killed today by standing in the highest place while a lightning storm went on. I could probably survive the shock, but that's beside the point. Let's not be a complete idiot. Not complete. I can't believe I got that lightning bolt in my picture. That's still... that makes me very happy. Oh. I know why. I was trying to throw a cryo mine, but it unequipped it when I was doing my inventory management. I mean, it makes sense, but still. Almighty toilet paper. Just don't, mix up the toilet paper and the vacuum tape in whichever situation you're attempting to use one over the other. You won't appreciate the results no matter what. Red stylus. Very rare. Red, yellow, and black styluses seem to be the most rare. Technically, I don't think it's a black stylus. I believe it's a gray. It calls it a gray stylus. But I could be wrong about that. There might be both. I know there's a gray stylus, but there might also be a black stylus. Oh. Hello? Oh, hi. Speaking of, there is a black stylus. Okay, so there are both then, because I know for a fact there's a gray stylus. That would also mean that the gray stylus is relatively uncommon. The most common one is teal and blue by far. Styluses? Styli? Styli does not sound right. Neither does styluses. So I don't know which one would be correct. Aww. think that's everything out here. And so, we go inside. The wrong way.
Disregard search. There's nothing here.
Show yourself. Searching. Investigating. No sign of hostiles. Standing down.
note that this is not a silenced laser. And in case you're unaware, yes, there are silenced lasers. It's a modification you can do to most laser weapons.
I told your commander I'm not to be disturbed. Now get out of here.
Engaging hostile.
Sweeping.
I like robot friends. If Vasco wasn't so intrusive, just moving around kind of gets in your way constantly, I would totally have Vasco as a constant companion. Oh, hey! How you doing? Unfortunately, Vasco does get in the way. To be fair, all of your companions get in the way. They're not the best trained people, even the ones that are supposedly trained. They just wander in front of you. Stealth is a secondary to them. I mean, not that I'm the best at stealth, but at least I'm trying. Oh, look! A gourmet chunk. It's gourmet because it's out of the package. That's how that works. Don't believe me? Go to Paradiso 2. And to visit the gourmet chunks on Paradiso 2. Look at their selection. And then go to any other chunks and look at their selection. And then you tell me what the difference is. It's out of the package. Now, okay, realistically, they take it out of the package at Paradiso 2, but I mean, considering it's the only real difference, anytime you find one out of the package, it's gourmet.
Are you here for me? Well, don't just stand there. Help me.
I did say he could have been captured and not in the situation that he wants to be in.
Thank God. Ugh. You know, I honestly didn't expect UC security to get here so... Wait, you're not with security? Who are you?
I'm just trying to find whoever is responsible for the dead courier and the stolen Reliant data.
Well, I can help on all accounts. Maldonado, the man responsible for killing the courier, stealing my ship, and dragging me here, he's got the data.
Oh.
He's looking to auction off our research and frame me for the theft. But that son of a bitch crossed the wrong man. What do you say we go get Reliant's property back?
Let's hold on here. So it was Maldonado that kidnapped you?
You've got my word, it's the truth. I was just popping out to grab some coffee when someone stuck something in my neck. Next thing I know, I'm bound on my own ship, listening to Maldonado blabber about how he's planning to spend the money he'll be making off Reliant's hard work, which we're not going to let happen.
Well, we are not going to do anything. You're staying here. I'll go get the data.
You don't need to worry about me. We'll both be safer with someone watching our backs. Now, no more arguing. Let's go. Maldonado's quarters are towards the rear of the facility. Don't worry, though. I'm sure you noticed he didn't exactly pay for Ecliptic's finest. No Ecliptic A-team would have missed a pistol on their only captive, for example. And I took several firearms courses before my transfer to Gagarin. This should be child's play.
Yeah, I don't trust you as far as I could throw you. And considering this is a low-gravity planet, I could probably throw you pretty far. So I don't trust you at all. Just keep that in mind when you inevitably try to turn on me. It won't go well for you. I mean, come on, this guy's totally gonna turn on me. All right. Also, just so you know, I have a robot friend too. I knew this guy seemed a bit out of place.
What's the meaning of all this? I am not to be...
So you want me to do the dirty work? That's all right. Fine. You get to watch.
Last bad decision you're ever making. Now, I think he had the data on him. Want to take a look? Data's intact? Thank God. I'll take my own ship back to Gagarin. I'm sure Helena will be... well, she'll be happy to see you, at least. Thank you for making the right choice. This is going to be huge for my career.
Well, I may have been wrong about you. I still don't trust you fully, but you didn't try and shoot me. And that's always a big step in the right direction. Love spice worms. I mean, alien jerky is my jam, but can always go for a good spice worms. Any chunks. Anytime. But when it comes to full food, it's the spice worms. There's nothing else. The others are fine. You ever had spice worms on a pizza? Oh, man. Throw little spice worms in your chicken cacciatore. Spice worm lasagna. Pardon me. I'm just gonna have some spice worms. Oh, look at them. Oh, they're just the best. Oh, yeah. Little boom pop to wash it down. The only... honestly, Boom Pop Dynamite sounds like it should be the best. It's fine. I wouldn't recommend it. Now, Boom Pop Licorice. That's some good stuff.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You're cleared to land at Gagarin.
I ain't got nothing. I think this will actually be the first test of the mod. That is to say, am I going to get XP for discovering Gagarin again? We'll find out. No. Okay.
Someone painted some choice words on the front of the Arclight factory the other day. Their robots took it down pretty quick.
Got your package. Hello? Hello?
You're back. Without Mr. Maximoff. Is he all right? You didn't have to deal with him, did you?
He's fine. Somebody named Maldonado took the data.
Maldonado? I know that name. He's a renowned data broker. Black market. I'll have to let corporate know about his involvement. And that you managed to stop him. This was good work. Excellent work. Speaking of which, would you be so kind as to hand over the data?
I think, my price has gone up. But first, who's Maldonado?
By reputation only, I assure you. We're not the only firm that's had research or client data simply wander off, then crop up in the hands of a criminal element. And that name cropped up in more than a few of them. So it does seem that you've spared us from becoming his next victim.
Alright, let's talk about price.
That seems reasonable. Here, for a job well done. You have Reliance and my gratitude.
I appreciate it. You have a nice day. Most people make me want to talk them into it. Or they just say no. Hey, welcome back.
There you are. Look, it merits saying again. Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, the landscape of medical science isn't going to remake itself.
All right. I probably should have collected that liquor while I was still out in literal space and before I came back, but we all make choices. And it's not like it costs anything to just go jump again. Just time. And my time is cheap. I don't mean inexpensive. I do mean cheap. This looks like it might be dangerous and
Something you
time
need?
consuming. And before I go do that, I'm gonna have a little rest here. Let's go get some booze. No messing about. Oh joy. Well, it seems like artificial gravity is broken. That's gonna be a real fun experience. This is obviously why things get strapped down in spaceships. Ooh, speaking of spaceships. Well, that's dangerous.
parts.
It's weapon-proof glass. You're literally just wasting ammo.
Easy pickings.
Are you still trying to shoot me through the weapon-proof glass? See what happens? Nothing! Don't want to be meandering about when the gravity comes back on and have some box or barrel or whatever clunk you in the head. That cup go. I collect novelty mugs. Yeah, how's that feel? Bad? Good. What'd you do? Open that? Just to... What a jerk. Oh, I'm gonna open this cabinet just to make a mess. Frickin' pirates. This is why nobody likes pirates. Not because of other things, you know, like the killing and the raiding and the other things. No. It's because you make a mess just to make a mess. Well, now I know why the railing didn't lead anywhere. It was never meant to. Ah, that's where that door led. Or was supposed to. Come here, my friend. My friend. My friend Wilby. Wilby's everyone's friend.
I got this.
I have a feeling that being in that thing when it's on is not a good idea. Honestly, not a bad haul. A little bit annoying due to the gravity issues, but overall, worth the effort. Nice to get out of that situation, though.
This is United Colony Space. Maintain current course while we scan for contraband. And we're done. Enjoy Gagarin.
Hi there, Captain.
Hey, Marika. How you doing? Marika is just always pleasant.
We just learned about Earth in school. When I get my own ship, I'm going there.
Why? There's nothing there.
Your posters are in good hands.
What you learned in
Don't
school,
you
right?
fret. Now, do you want a drink?
Maybe. Here's your booze.
Hey, look who's alive. You bring me my liquor?
You know, it was tougher than I thought. So, why don't we talk about how much you're paying?
Is that so?
I could just walk away and take your liquor with me.
Hold on. Maybe we can still work something out. Fine, fine. You win. I'll up what I'm offering. Here, you earned this. Now, you ever need to blow away some memories, you come back and see me. Understand?
Sounds like a plan.
You let Zenaida know that if she steals too many of my people, I'm drafting her antique tail for security duty, okay? Now, what can I do for you?
Nothing. Have a nice day. Should probably go take care of my cargo. That's never a good sign. I pass by this thing all the time. Oh. You know what? No, not right now. I prefer to have normal gravity. Gravity of any kind, normal or not. Whatever's happening here, I'm sure it can be dealt with another day. Interesting. Okay. So, apparently this mod won't work with places you've technically created, I guess? Let me try something. I have a feeling if I land at the locations that are grayed out, it'll land properly. So in other words, if I select landing pad, it should select the proper thing, and more than likely structure would land it at my home. Or vice versa. Structure might be... Yeah, no. Landing pad will be right next to my home, and structure should be never content ship design landing pad. That's interesting. Okay. My big empty home. Don't ask where I got a bunch of UC Navy apparel. I said, don't ask. Let's just say they won't be needing it anymore.
This is United Colony Security. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
No. I mean, not that I have anything to worry about, but I'm not here for that.
This is UC Security. Prepare to be scanned for contraband.
Okay.
Scan complete. You're cleared to land at New Homestead.
Careful. There are some dangerous areas around here that are not part of any tours. Heads up, if you're planning to go to Chunks, Luther's been bothering anyone with a ship for help.
Hey, what can I do for you? Anything I can help you with?
Probably not.
Sure, how about it?
Now, if you don't have the shipbuilding modification, let's see. Now that's come on. If you don't have the shipbuilding modification like I have, then I believe this is where you get Nova specific parts.
Hello? Damn power's on the fritz again. Joyce always seems to need help clearing ice off the equipment.
Enjoy your visit here. This is a boring assignment, but let's keep it that way.
Boy, am I glad they have a Chunks here.
You don't want to get hurt or sick around here. Dr. Lakota really doesn't care for tourists. Wish someone could convince her otherwise.
Some of the locals dislike tourists, but I love learning new insights from them. Oh, hello there. Are you here about the brownouts? That's usually the only reason people come up here to talk to me, since I'm the power system manager here.
I just came to chat, but, are you in charge of all the power here? Get it? Charge?
Oh. Yep, I get it all right. Yes, I'm in charge of the electrical power here. We generate a lot of wind-based power here on Titan, which is my specialty, so I was tapped to help navigate all the unique challenges we face here. Shocking, I know.
Ha! Shocking! Haha! I'm not here about that, but it sounds like a problem.
You have no idea. Worse, I'm stuck up here overseeing the whole system, and we don't currently have anyone available to go out there and take care of the problem.
This is where, I volunteer or you ask me, let's get this over with. Is there something I can do to help?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'm a little new to the job, and I'll admit I'm struggling a little bit. I could use some help.
I can probably help. I know what it takes to keep an outpost running.
Oh, excellent. Then you must know how this old power system machinery can get crusted over with ice from time to time. That's what's causing these brownouts. I think you can take a laser cutter and break up the ice for us?
I'm assuming there will be payment involved.
I love this moon and its people. Actually,
okay,
that's
that
not
was weird. I hit A and it just kicked me out.
Excellent. I think you can take a leap.
Hi. Me? I guess? My therapist told me I should try recording notes to myself as a way to, cope with this drastic life change. I guess the goal is to look back on it later and see progress. Anyway, I've been living here in New Homestead for, 3 months now? And it hasn't been easy. The locals are a little wary of people coming in from the outside, but they know they need me here because their previous power systems manager died unexpectedly. Got stuck out in the cold with a suit puncture. Alcohol may have been involved. Remind me not to make that same mistake. Where was I? So, I decided to go all in and change my family name to show these people I'm serious about their home. It's caused some drama with my parents, but ultimately, they understand. And to be honest, I kind of like it. I've always loved the history of this place, from its inception as an outpost searching for life, to researching how to build colonies on harsh worlds, and now as a living history museum. It's really... crap. The lights are struggling to stay on again. Well, back to fixing this place. Talk to you... me... later.
Titan's such an incredible place for renewable energy. It's not easy keeping these ancient turbines going. I wish more people realized that. Actually, that's not a... Oh, excellent. I think you can take a laser... Oh, thank you. I guess I'm lucky you showed up then. Just be careful not to hurt yourself or the equipment. I'll continue to monitor things from here.
we'll just assume that she just didn't even want to acknowledge my discussion of payment.
Off-worlders always ask how I can live here. I wonder how they can live anywhere else.
Always? Always, you say? I didn't ask. Oh, hey, the mod for gravity in places is working, I think. Or wait, no, I haven't crossed through a loading door threshold yet.
Running this farm with my family for the sake of our little colony is one of the greatest pleasures in life.
Oh yeah? Tell me more about it.
Ah, someone new. Are you a tourist, or have you just moved to New Homestead?
Visiting here. Kind of learning about the colony.
Well, there's lots to learn. You can always feel free to try one of the historical tours, or ask the locals about life here. I'm fascinated by the other worlds in the settled systems. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Oh, wonderful. What's New Atlantis like?
Huge skyscrapers, beautiful skies.
Oh my, that sounds incredible. Ever since I overheard one of the tourists speaking about it, I've always wanted to go. We hear about it, of course, but we rarely get much exposure to other worlds beyond the people who come from them to visit our little colony. I wonder if I can convince Nathaniel to go on a trip there with me and our daughter. Do you mind if I ask you another question?
Shoot.
Thanks. I promise not to take too much of your time. Is the Freestar Collective as lawless as I've heard?
It's not as lawless as you might think. I mean, there's still rules and the usual law. It's just different.
I figured the stories weren't all true. How else would you expect people to live together if you can't trust in laws to keep everyone safe? Even in a small community like ours, we have to maintain law and order. Though, I understand it gets difficult to always protect that out in the vastness of space. I imagine it's the same in the Freestar Collective. Is it okay if I change the subject?
Ask away.
Oh, thank you. Are there really planets full of plants, fresh air, and water?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I live on one.
I've read about them. It seems incredible, doesn't it? I've only ever known Titan, and it's always so cold and drab. I've always dreamed of visiting one to breathe the air, feel the warmth of its sun, but my husband is reluctant to leave our home. Can I ask you something else?
Absolutely.
Thanks. I promise not to take too much of your time. Is space travel as exciting as it seems?
It's incredible, but it's also extremely dangerous.
I've heard stories about pirates and spaceship malfunctions and all sorts of terrible things. I've always wanted to try going into space, but I'm also worried about all those dangers. Maybe people here are right. The dangers here are few, and we know how to take care of them. Space is too unknown. those are all the questions I have at the moment. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day for me.
Absolutely. And just for the record, I mean, space isn't unknown, it's just dangerous. And don't forget, it's not just pirates and malfunctions, it's also spacers and ecliptic and a bunch of other things. You know.
You all can travel the stars, but someone's got to respect and preserve the old soul traditions. I overheard you speaking to my wife, Mara, filling her head with ideas about picking up and leaving home. You got anything to say for yourself?
Yeah, she clearly wants to visit off-world. Why not let her?
Listen here. Mara's free to make her own decisions. I'm not here to control her if that's what you're insinuating.
It sure sounds like it.
I take kindly to other people manipulating her and telling her the other worlds are full of sunshine and rainbows. We live a simple traditional life here, and it's important to the community that we maintain that. Do you understand?
What traditions?
Traditions like the way we tend this farm, strong family ties, early colonial life. We do it all with the bare minimum technologies to survive. Everything else is hard work done by humans. It's good for humanity's soul.
That's an opinion. Why do you think your traditions are so important?
People rely on technology too much. We need to remember how to perform the basics to survive in case we ever find ourselves without said technology. We need to remember where we came from, Earth, this system, lest we forget and repeat the same mistakes as before. We're one of the last colonies charged with that preservation. That's why it's important.
Not only do I not agree with you, and people should explore the universe freely, but look around you. If you had no technology here, you wouldn't survive. Literally. This place is technology and keeping you alive.
We're going to have to agree to disagree then. I only ask that you respect our wishes.
And I only ask you, eat me.
My papa doesn't really like me talking to the tourists, but how else am I going to learn about out there?
I agree.
Hello? I'm not really supposed to talk with tourists, but I kind of want to anyway. And I don't think my papa is paying attention. You're not going to tell him, are you?
Not if he can't hear what we're talking about right here.
Oh, thank you! I promise it'll be fun. I like talking to tourists. I get to learn so much about everywhere else, and they get to learn about here. Now what should we talk about?
Do you enjoy working here?
I think it's pretty fun. And I get to be around my mama and my papa all day, so that's cool. They say we all have to work a little, because it takes all of us to make the community work. Just like on Earth a really, really, really long time ago. Someday, I think it'd be cool to see other places and do other things, but this is fine for now.
Many other kids around here?
Not really. There's some, though. Most are around my age. We all go to school in the same room.
And why doesn't your dad want you talking to tourists?
My mama says it's because he thinks we'd up and leave if we found out about the rest of the worlds out there. But I keep telling him, I love it here, and I love him, and I would never leave him. He doesn't believe it. He says the kids almost always want to leave when they grow up. But not me. Nope. I just want to visit somewhere else. Maybe.
And, what's school like here?
I don't know. I've never been to any other schools. We mostly learn about the history of the Sol system and Earth and stuff like that. until we get old enough to go on our learning vacation. That's when we get to leave to go to school somewhere else for a few years, or travel and visit other worlds, try out jobs and stuff. Oh, I can't wait.
Well, you have a nice day.
Thanks for taking the Papa. You're always talking about how important it is to preserve our traditions. But why do we have to farm? How is that part of our tradition?
Well, we tend the farm here because we need to grow food. And that's what our ancestors did on Earth.
But didn't they have big open fields and giant machines? We don't have any of that.
She makes a good point, dear.
It's because we have a much smaller space to work with.
So then, it's not really the same, is it? How is it a tradition if it's not the same thing as they did? And so then, why is it important that we preserve it?
I don't know, it just is. Now, we don't want to fall behind on work, so let's get back to it, okay, kiddo?
Okay, fine.
It just is.
It'd be nice to get away for a while, but it's difficult. People rely on the farm.
If you'll pardon me, I'm not in the mood to talk.
Of course you're not. You were challenged and didn't have a good answer. So now you're sitting and stewing in the lack of ability to...
Sure would be nice to get off-world sometime.
come up with a good answer. You just have to accept, oh hey, I might be wrong. But you're not willing to accept that, so you're just gonna go to work and keep up with your traditions.
Yeah, I don't mind the tourists. Help the local economy.
Ah, you have no idea. I mean, you do have an idea, but some tourists help the local economy even more than usual. For example, when I find a store, I'm gonna buy everything that's in it.
I kind of want to try food from that Chunks place, but my papa says it's just a bunch of junk food for tourists.
Feel free to look around, but don't touch. We take vandalism seriously here. You don't mess with history.
You get used to the methane processing smell after a while.
That sounds awful. Oh look! Nobody needs that. Except me.
If you take one of those stupid tours, make sure to follow the rules. They're for your own safety. And my sanity. Great! Another tourist. Let me guess. You slipped on the ice and need a doctor to wrap your sprained ankle?
Kind of a terrible attitude for a doctor.
Maybe. I'm sorry if it sounded harsh. I'm just frustrated. However, I think if you walked a mile in my shoes, you'd probably feel the same. Anyway, what can I do for you?
You really don't seem to like tourists.
I don't. They make a mockery of New Homestead culture. And on top of it, they're reckless. It's like I said before, I feel like I'm treating them more often than our own people.
It must keep you busy. What's so bad about that?
The problem is that most of the tourists' injuries are from preventable accidents. Things our people know how to avoid. And often I have to take care of them first because they can't leave with their injuries, so I have to put off seeing my regular patients. So not only am I working extra hard for people who have little respect for me, it comes at the expense of our own.
Sounds frustrating. Wish there was something I could do, but...
Actually, maybe there is. I have an idea that may be best suited for someone relatively unknown, instead of myself. I've got a mountain of work and a reputation to maintain. So I bought a realistic monster costume. The plan was to wear it, scare tourists away, and start a rumor about terrible creatures living on Titan. I figure that once word gets around, tourism will take enough of a dive to give me some relief.
That sounds ridiculous. You don't think it would really work, do you?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't have any other ideas. The tourism board flat out won't help me, and I don't have money in the budget to hire additional help. And you know these tourists will believe anything they see and hear. I think it's worth a shot. Worst case scenario, I'm back to square one.
You know, it sounds stupid and fun. I'll do it.
That's the spirit. To be honest, I'm not sure it'll work either, but I feel like there's no harm in trying. Here's the costume. I think this will work best on the surface, so just find a group and run up to them, acting like a convincing alien monster. With any luck, they'll run screaming and book the next flight out of here.
You're ridiculous. Also, of course the tourism board is not going to help you. You're talking about reducing tourism in a place that thrives on tourism, apparently. Nope, it has to be that one. And then that one. If anybody would like more proof that this is Fallout in space, bat ball cap. Specifically Fallout 4 in space.
Must be nice to be able to afford to travel, huh? Oh, you don't really want to talk to me. I'm just a nobody from the crates. Besides, I'm not really good at talking to tourists about New Homestead. If you're really interested in our history, talk to Maurice. He's a lot better at that than I am.
I'd love to talk to you. Really.
You do? I mean, sure. I don't know what I can tell you, but if you want to talk, I don't have anything else I need to do right now.
Neither do I. You said something about the crates?
The crates are what we call the living quarters for the poor people, like me. They're made from old shipping containers. We have to make do with the space we have here. They're comfortable enough, I guess. And no one on Titan is well off to begin with, but you can tell that people look down on us, especially some of the tourists.
What do you do here?
Well, I'm trying to finish up my undergrad schooling, actually. I want to be a physicist like my grandmother. Then, who knows what. But I also do some odd jobs here or there for money. Sometimes I help Jay out at his shop, and he gives me stuff in return. Sometimes I help Anya clean up at the Brown Horse when she's short-staffed. That sort of thing.
Sounds about like what I do. Well, not exactly, but, you know, odd jobs. Having trouble with your studies?
Okay, well, no. Not the studies specifically. Like, I get good grades when I'm able to apply myself. But I'm poor. I just don't have the kind of money to be a full-time student and support myself. Even living in the cheap-ass crates. I keep having to take odd jobs just to put food on my plate. And when I do, my grades suffer. I just feel like I'll be stuck in a rut forever.
Well, if money's that tight, here.
What? Really? I don't know what to say. This is beyond kind of you. I mean, I don't even know you, but... Wow. Thank you.
And how do you feel about this place being a tourist destination?
It's not as bad as you'd think. I like talking to off-worlders, especially people my age. It gives me ideas for what I want to do when I'm done with school. Because, honestly, I'm not sure I want to stay here. It'll always be my home, but as soon as I can afford to, I'd love to explore my options.
Well, if you ever end up out in space, you want to be a member of a crew? I got space.
See you around, maybe.
Maybe.
Don't stay outside for too long here on Titan. You'll freeze solid without the proper protection.
Ah, to lay eyes on the Earth just once. Hello there. Are you here to peruse our little museum exhibit?
I mean, yeah, I was looking at some of the items in your collection.
Wonderful. These are all rare artifacts from before the collapse of Earth. There isn't much of this stuff left outside of private collections, but here we're happy to share a glimpse of them with the public. If you have any questions about the exhibit or New Homestead, I'm happy to answer as best as I can.
Well, why don't you start by telling me more about your exhibit?
Of course, certainly. We have several items in our collection that we rotate in and out over time, but they all originate from the same place, Earth. We have everything from toys to antique technology to sports memorabilia. We even used to have an old Earth vehicle, but we had to sell it when we ran out of space for it. Most of our collection was donated by fellow Earth enthusiasts and historians who felt it belonged close to the homeland here in the Sol system.
What can you tell me about New Homestead's origins?
It's an interesting story. New Homestead began as a scientific research base called the Titan Astrobase, back when space travel was in its infancy. The hope was that humanity would be able to discover simple alien life here given the moon's composition and water supply. When that ultimately failed, it was repurposed as a colony research base where scientists and engineers studied how to build colonies on inhospitable worlds. Then, finally, when gravity drives were commonplace and we started finding Earth-like planets, New Homestead was born as a living history community to preserve that past.
Well, thanks for the info.
Take care. We live a simple life on New Homestead, but make no mistake, it's fulfilling.
Those folks in Sidonia may be closer to Earth, but we do a better job preserving its traditions.
Starsap Tours! Just see me, Bill Starsap, if you want a truly one-of-a-kind touring experience of New Homestead. Why, hello there! I'm Bill Starsap of Starsap Tours. Let me tell you, this place is full of history and interesting facts. For instance, did you know that New Homestead was one of the first colonies established outside of Earth? It's been populated in some capacity for over 200 years.
Of course. Everyone knows that.
I knew history buff. Well, tell you what, you come along on one of my little tours, and I guarantee you'll learn something you didn't know before. So what do you say? I've got an opening. I could take you on a tour right now if you'd like.
What do you recommend my scene while I'm here? What should I avoid?
Definitely check out the Brown Horse Tavern. Good food, great atmosphere. Avoid spending too much time outdoors. It's freezing out there. Any more than that, and well, I'd be giving away the tour for free.
Well, let's go on a tour.
Excellent! You won't regret it. My tours are one of a kind. Now, there's just the matter of price. The going rate for a genuine Starsap tour is only 100 credits.
Only 100? Ooh, but that's a bit more than I was hoping to spend.
Well, 100 credits is very reasonable, I think.
I don't know. I'm sure your tour is great, but you haven't really sold me on it.
I know. I gotta work on my pitch a little. Maybe I could give you a discount just this once to prove my tour is worth it. Tell you what, I like you. This one's on the house, but if you enjoyed the tour, I'd really appreciate if you'd tell all your friends about me when it's done. So let's get this show on the road, eh? All right, so this is New Homestead's main concourse. This underground area didn't exist when the original outpost, Titan Astrobase, was finished in 2130. Follow me. We'll come back here by the end of the tour and talk about the museum collection. But first, let's go see where people live. Now remember, these people aren't actors. They actually live here, so try to be respectful of that. While the original inhabitants of the Titan Astrobase lived in pods like you saw up above, they transitioned down here when this section of the base was finished in 2144. Space is extremely limited, so you'll notice some overflow here, but more residences also exist on lower levels, which are inaccessible to tours. I'll stop at each of our destinations if you want to look around, or if you have any questions for me. Have any questions so far?
How many people live here?
I'm not sure the exact count, but New Homestead is a fairly small colony. What you see is what you get for the most part, except for some other people who live in the private lower levels. Some, particularly security, and yours truly, even commute from other worlds.
Tell me more about how people lived before this was all built.
The original Titan Astrobase had more habitation pods on the surface connected to some of the old structures you may have seen in the back. As the colony grew, the base was expanded underground, and those hab units were recycled into materials used down here.
The overflow area looks pretty cramped.
Sadly, it's difficult to get additional construction done inside these underground caverns. So for now, additional populations are housed in these stacks of old shipping crates. As you might expect, this is where some of the less wealthy can afford to live. It's not glamorous, but they are functional and cozy.
Cozy. Yeah. What's next?
Alrighty. We'll be taking the residential elevator to the farms area on the surface level. This way, please. Let's leave these good people alone for now and go check out the farms. Follow me up the elevator.
Welcome to New Homestead.
homestead's farms are the beating heart of the colony. Without them, the original outpost would have shriveled and died. These pods are sealed and climate controlled, a perfect environment for growing the hydroponic vegetation needed for survival in the early days of the colony.
We talked about this, Sylvie. If you want to go there for your learning vacation when you're older, you may, but not until then.
Any questions about the farms?
How is this different than basically any other biosphere type self-reliant location in the galaxy?
Good question. It's largely the same, because this was the colony that pioneered the techniques you see elsewhere. But you'll notice that the farms here are smaller and staffed by humans, not robots. Things here are a little more old-fashioned compared to some of the large factory farms you'll find elsewhere in the settled systems.
And are all the farms still operational?
Oh, they are indeed. Colonists still cultivate plant-based food for their own consumption here in New Homestead. It's less vital to their survival these days, as they also import supplemental food from other colonies, including meats, dairy, and synthetics. However, most citizens here take pride in a New Homestead-grown, sustainable diet.
What specifically do they grow here?
These days, it's a mix of what you find elsewhere in the galaxy, but in the olden days, it was all brought over from Earth. It was a lot of hardy root vegetables like potatoes, carrots, beets, and such, supplemented with corn, peas, green beans, soy, etc., which didn't always grow as well.
All right. What's next?
Onward it is! We'll be stopping by the Brown Horse Tavern later in the tour, which uses many of these locally sourced ingredients in their cooking. But for now, it's just a short way to our next stop. Follow me! So, the old biolabs are just on the other side of this building, believe it or not. We'll step on through the hallway there. They're not in use anymore, but the colony has faithfully recreated them as a historical exhibit, true to the original purpose of the Titan Astrobase. Sadly, they're undergoing some light renovation. Otherwise, there'd be interactive activities for kids to learn about how they used to search for microbial life here. Pardon the dust, but I can still answer some questions about the old Titan Astrobase biolabs.
What kind of life did they find here?
Funny you should ask! Sadly, none. See, NASA funded the Titan Astrobase project because conditions seemed ripe for primordial life to form in Titan's methane pools. They tested many different sites, performed deep core ice drilling, and more, yet nothing turned up.
So, what did they use the labs for if they didn't find any life?
Well, NASA defunded the xenobiology program in 2132, but a scientist by the name of Catherine Neely proposed research into advanced colony building on inhospitable worlds. So, by 2135, work began on what would ultimately set us all up to create habitats anywhere humans dared to explore. These very labs housed the computer systems used in that research. That and general storage for the colony. Lots of storage.
All right.
You got it. On to our next stop. Next, we'll be heading outside, so make sure to check those seals on your suit because it's a bit chilly out there. We're going out into
really
the
go for some
frozen
of
wastes
Ian's
of
cooking
Titan
over the
to
brown
see what
horse.
powers this planet. Watch your step outside, by the way. The ice can be slippery if you're not careful. The goal is to Keep people out of Dr. Lakota's infirmary.
Yeah, she doesn't like tourists much. Wow, you put that suit on fast.
Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes. Powering New Homestead. As you might imagine, generating energy was a real challenge back in the day because the technology was much more crude then. But crude or not, it was that technology that sustained the old Astro base. And it might surprise you to learn that the same technology is still working today. The interesting thing about this old colony is that it's mostly powered by clean, renewable energy. You'll see one of the methods used on the horizon up ahead. That's right! New Homestead's famous wind farms! This spot was chosen for the colony in part because of its constant winds. These turbines have been integral to the colony's function since its establishment as a cheap, mostly reliable source of electricity. So, let's talk about wind power, shall we?
Didn't think Titan was all that windy.
You're right. Most surface wind on Titan isn't too terribly strong, but here, the altitude and other conditions are perfect for sustained wind power. Like many worlds with atmosphere, the higher you go, the windier it gets.
So, wind power's kind of been a thing for a long time. Why is this part of the tour?
You're looking at a piece of history. Sure, wind power is used throughout the galaxy, but these people were able to make do with it for hundreds of years. It's impressive that was all they had back then, and still make it work to this day.
I suppose. And, these wind turbines, they power the entire colony? No, supplements?
Mostly. I'm sure you've noticed the occasional brownouts. I guess these old machines have a habit of freezing up, what with all the ice out here. There's some methane on reserve for critical life support systems, but everything else here is otherwise powered by the units you see here.
Well, guess it's time to move on.
You're the boss. Let's go! Moving right along, we're going to learn about Titan's great natural resources. Titan is rich with hydrocarbons like methane and ethane. Surely you saw huge pools of the stuff on your descent into New Homestead. I like to think they add to the natural beauty of this world. Though, of course, stay away from them because, like anything beautiful, they can be dangerous. Just like my last ex-wife's pet. Jim is gorgeous. Oh, I don't know what you'd call it. Creature. The guy that sold it to her couldn't tell her what it was or where it was from. I don't think it was even a legal sell, to be honest. The thing was very easy on the eyes. Feathers, all the colors of the rainbow. Nasty bite, though. Wound up in the hospital and almost lost my hand. Still not enough for her to get rid of the dang thing. Anyway, there's a reason she's my ex-wife. But enough about me. We were talking about methane and other resources, right? Hey, can you believe it? Back in the 20th century on Earth, they used to fight wars over natural resources like this and petroleum. They had this whole moon here basically made of hydrocarbons in their own backyard. They just couldn't get to it. Incredible how far we've come. New Homestead is home to one of the oldest and largest methane processing plants in the settled systems. Every year, UC engineers go through a painstaking, month-long maintenance process. That's how this place has remained operational as long as it has. I'm not going to take you too close to the machinery, liability and all, but I can still answer questions. Questions? Fire away!
No. No questions.
Okie dokie, artichokey. There will be time for more later anyway. So, this next stop is a bit of an interesting one. I only recently made it part of the tour. Fun fact, it's also the only natural landmark on the tour. What we're about to see is a glacial spire we affectionately call Ymir's Horn. This collis used to be named after a character in a popular fantasy novel, but it was changed a couple hundred years ago to avoid any potential litigation. Now, what's a collis, you might say? Collis derives from the Latin word for hill, and scientists only gave names to groups of hills on a planet's surface. So in reality, the term you hear more often is the plural, colles, with an E. You probably don't hear it very often where you're from, because it was usually a term reserved for unexplored planets, back when they didn't have the technology to describe what they were seeing firsthand. Because of that, the term is much more common in the Sol system, but you may still hear it occasionally in reference to uncharted worlds. This planet's full of them, though, and they like to preserve that history here. So here it is, Ymir's Horn. You're free to take a closer look if you like.
That's... Are you sure this isn't an ancient fumarolic ice tower?
How about that? You really know your stuff. Maybe you should be the one giving the tour. I kid. I'm not sure. I heard someone say that before. Something about the worn-down remains of an ancient volcano producing ice via steam? I don't know. It sounds like you understand this stuff better than I do.
Who's Ymir?
According to ancient Norse mythology, Ymir was the first Jotun, a frost giant. In the legend, they were both male and female and gave birth to the progenitors of all giants from their armpits. Ymir even predated the Norse gods, who, as it turns out, killed Ymir to fashion the earth and all of humanity from the corpse. It's a fascinating story, and the horn here is a fitting tribute to it.
Mythology is insane. I think we're done here.
Excellent. On to the next stop, then. So, we're gonna head back inside through the methane processing plant. Try not to touch anything on your way. We want to make sure to respect Dr. Lakota's wishes to be safer around here. Ah, that brings me to another point. You'll notice the people around here have last names related to where their families originated from on Earth, as a way to remember the past. The museum curator, Maurice Leon, has more information about that if you're interested. You can find him inside the main concourse. Loves talking about it. You'll find most of the locals here are very friendly to tourists like yourself. Tourism is a major draw to this colony these days, and they respect that. Most of them are happy to talk at length about what they do here. Their rugged lifestyle is a point of pride for a lot of these folks.
We used to get more tourists than we do these days.
This area we're walking through is the nerve center of the plant, where technicians keep an eye on the operation. Since methane production is such an important part of the colony's livelihood, it's important that the techs notice any issues and react to them quickly. Anyway, we're headed into the ice mines. It's a natural spring where water bubbles up from deep below, but due to the cold, it keeps freezing as it reaches the surface.
You've got heat leeches.
What else can I tell you about the ice mines?
Why not heat this area like the rest of the colony?
Good question. I believe it has something to do with not wanting to contaminate the water with methane and other chemicals. The ice helps prevent impurities in the water. At least this is what I've been told.
And does New Homestead's water all come from here?
Not all. Some water is created as a byproduct of methane processing, but that's usually saved in the emergency reserves.
I think there's not much more to learn about the ice mines.
Sounds good. Let's keep going then. We have just one more stop before we're done with the tour, and it just happens to be my favorite. This colony is home to the longest running establishment still in existence, the Brown Horse Tavern. The Brown Horse started as a simple mess hall for the scientists and workers when the underground was built, but it's been operated by the same family ever since. Now, what's a horse, you might say? They were a large four-legged animal on Earth, often used for transportation or manual labor. Long before space travel was even a dream for the folks of Earth, even before antique machines like automobiles were possible, horses could be found everywhere. You might have seen them in old movies or read about them somewhere. If not, I highly recommend looking into them sometime. They're beautiful animals. The tavern's original owner was infatuated with them, from what I understand, and named the place in their honor.
I know I
The
shouldn't
moniker,
have, but I
Brown
just
Horse
wanted to
Tavern,
see how
is
they
also a throwback to names of similar Earth restaurants hundreds of years before it was established.
That's a good point. They already gawk at us like...
That delicious smell is making me hungry. Can I answer anything about the Brown Horse?
Probably right.
How is this the oldest restaurant in the settled systems?
Easy. All the other ones fell to ruin when we abandoned Earth. There were technically older ones on Mars, but those have long since shuttered or been replaced.
What can you tell me about the owner?
Anya Seattle is the current owner of the Brown Horse. It's been in the Seattle family for generations. But Anya will be able to tell you more herself. Feel free to ask her. It doesn't feel right coming from me when she's standing right over there.
Any menu recommendations?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I honestly love everything Anya serves here. I'd be doing her a disservice to recommend one dish over another. You want the real answer? Order one of everything.
I'll do just that. I'll be back.
Oh yeah, by all means. Stop in for a moment.
Welcome to the Brown Horse. Welcome. I'm Anya. Is this your first time with us at the Brown Horse Tavern?
It sure is.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us. You're in for a real treat. We've got an assortment of food and drinks, some of which follow homemade recipes that have been passed down over hundreds of years. So, what can I do for you?
I saw the Chunks restaurant. Does it hurt your business?
Oh, hardly. The locals pretty much stay away from Chunks, so whenever they don't feel like cooking themselves and want a fresh meal, they come to me. Only the tourists eat that junk. But don't tell that to my husband. He manages the Chunks. I love him, but he's a bit of a fanatic about it.
What's on the menu?
Let me show you what we have. Take
All right.
care. Thanks for stopping by.
Chunks right on the
If you
table
need
there.
medical attention, see Dr. Lakota. But a word of warning, she really doesn't care for tourists.
Lots of history here. If you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah, you need to take care of that. You've got a heat leech infestation here. Better be careful.
I know.
Those things are
I'm just glad the
infestatious.
auxiliary power picked up. Remember that time a few years back where everyone had to huddle together for warmth?
All right.
That delicious smell is making me hungry. Can I answer anything about the brown horse?
Joyce says she's on it.
Nothing more.
Turbines freeze.
Okay then.
Joyce is
All
great at
right,
what she
we're
does.
headed to the
Sure, she'll
last
handle it.
stop, right back where we began. Feel free to check out the museum exhibit in the main concourse here. These displays are full of rare earth trinkets salvaged from before humanity left, and Maurice is happy to talk about the collection. The
people here
museum's
live a simple
curator,
life.
Maurice, will be
Try not to
happy to talk to you if you want to know more. Well, that's that. I hope you enjoyed Starsap Tours as much as I enjoy giving them.
You're certainly enthusiastic. You know what? You deserve the credits.
Oh, wow. I really appreciate it. You know, I rely on tips from good people like you, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Enjoy the rest of your stay in New Homestead. Take care.
I mean it. Legit. Good tour. Would take again. Well, okay. Maybe I wouldn't take it again, but, you know.
New Homestead is a living history exhibit, but these are real people, so please be kind to them.
Hey, got any fancy trinkets you want to offload? Well, hello there, and welcome to my little shop. Are you visiting New Homestead for the first time?
Yeah. Maybe. Sometimes I party a little too hard and wind up in strange places.
Oh, that's funny. It happens to the best of us, I guess. I'm Jay. I'm happy to help you find what you're looking to buy or take a look at whatever you want to sell. Trades of all kinds are welcome here. Or if you have any questions for me about the shop, the merchandise, or even just New Homestead in general, I'm happy to help you.
What kind of things are you looking for?
Glad you asked. I'm looking for all sorts of things. Anything, really. Clothing, weapons, jewelry, even stuff they consider junk. You name it. We don't get a lot of off-world stock, so I offer to buy things from travelers. Anything they're willing to part with. Between you and me, people around here talk a lot about tradition and whatnot, but even they get curious about what other worlds have to offer.
What do you think about tourism?
I love them. Most of us in New Homestead appreciate what tourism does for our economic livelihood, so we go out of our way to make guests feel welcome. Some are indifferent about it, while a few others, I won't name names, are downright resentful of all the tourists and would prefer to be left alone. But that being said, I believe our generally friendly demeanor is a large part of what drives people to keep coming back.
And do you sell souvenirs?
We used to, but not anymore. Believe it or not, the New Homestead Tourism Board decided a while back to do away with souvenirs. We don't really have the resources or facilities to make them here ourselves, and it was decided that anything less than that would seem exploitive of our people and inauthentic. Only thing we have are these souvenir slates about the history of New Homestead. Tell you what, I've got an extra one here that another guest left behind a while back. You can have it.
Great. Well, let me see what you've got.
Sure thing. I'm also interested in buying if you have anything for sale.
Alrighty then.
Come back anytime.
Oh, you don't need this toilet paper.
Hi there. Always nice seeing a new face.
We've got the best chunks in the settled systems. Hello there. Welcome to the new Homestead Chunks. We've got all your chunks' favorites. Well, almost all of them. Sadly, we're out of the special sauce. I know. But everything else is still that great chunks food you know and love. So, what can I do for you?
Well, I mean, running out of the special sauce sounds like a problem. It's like the whole point of chunks.
If I'm completely honest, it is. The people are always saying how this chunks can't compare to the real deal. And I just know it's because we never had that mouth-watering sauce. I've been in contact with some of the other restaurants out there, and they'll give me some, but they say they can't afford to send it, and I don't have a ship, so what am I to do?
I mean, if you just need someone to get it for you, I could do it. Is there a reason Chunks doesn't send it?
For real? Good question. They haven't said, but I think it has something to do with them prioritizing other chunks over mine. I guess it's made at a different facility than our other food, and they don't even want to pay the shipping cost to ship from another store to ours. And sometimes I get lucky and the cargo hauler passes through with a route that takes them near other chunks and back again, but there's no guarantee.
Well, the sauce is the most important part, so I will do it for you so that we can both enjoy chunks the way they're meant to be.
Wait, for real? You do that? You're not pulling my leg?
Yeah, no problem. Which chunks should I go to?
Oh, yeah, right. I actually just got a message back from another chunks before you got here, and they got a case ready to go for me. Just tell them you're there to pick it up for me, and it should be good to go. Thanks. Ooh, I can't wait until it's time to eat. I'm gonna use our discount to get a bunch of different chunks and mix them all up, try some new flavor profiles.
I mean, that's obviously the priority now. Well, okay, I'll take care of the brownouts. Yeah, that makes sense.
Feel free to look around.
Welcome to New Homestead.
I mean, it's not that much of a problem to take care of the brownouts.
The people here live a simple life. Try not to complicate it.
Yeehaw! I mean, you've got security just standing around out here. It seems like just hand them a laser and have them meander through. They see a chunk of ice, take care of it. But no, it's not their job, right? Yeah. I know how it goes. Ah! That was so dumb. But even dumber that they thought I was an actual monster. Like, come on. Didn't even look real. Let's go get that special sauce. Can't believe a Chunks doesn't have the special sauce. That's why you get it in the package. Unbelievable. That Chunks can even condone not shipping special sauce to one of their franchises.
Entering United Colony space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. You're cleared to land at New Atlantis.
Literally the single most important mission in all of the settled systems. possibly the most important mission in all of time. Literally nothing that I can possibly think of could be more important than getting the special sauce for Chunks.
Let me take a look at your file.
Scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay. No bounty.
Nothing. I mean, sure, I did something before this, but the only reason I did taking care of the ice before I went to take care of this mission is because it was on the way. You know, I was out there, it was on the way, and the monster costume was just fun. But other than that, no, this is the only thing to do. The only thing to do.
There are so many options.
If you can't decide, maybe move to the side.
I'm cutting in line. I'm on an important business.
Welcome to Chunks, home of the best chunks in the settled systems.
I need special sauce for the new homestead chunks.
Huh. I thought it was a joke at first, but yet here you are. Let me get that for you. It's amazing how popular this stuff is on Titan. You'd think they just drank it over there.
Well, no, don't be silly. You put it just on the chunks.
Order anything.
And the best part is, it goes on every chunks. Yes, all of them. The Cabernet, the cheesecake, all of them. That's what's so great about the special sauce. I mean, while I'm here. Again, I'm only going because it's on the way. I'm right here. The sauce is still the most important thing, but I'm right here and it's on the way technically. Realistically, the sauce is more important than my nutrition needs right now, too.
Good luck out there. I mean it. One pirate's unfortunate demise logged.
We're making space safer, fulfilling our civic obligation. This is great, right?
Technically not a pirate. Spacer, there's a difference, but that semantics.
This job is a bit of an unknown. The small company's CEO suddenly disappeared, defaulting on a very serious loan we gave her. No one knows if she embezzled the funds, is stranded somewhere, or heck, was kidnapped. And we have a lead on where she is. Please, 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 try and handle this delicately.
You think she's okay?
Who knows? Everything about her case file is just odd. I wouldn't be surprised if something was waiting for you there, and it won't be good.
It's my life. I'll look into it.
I feel better already. Good luck.
Are you working toward that next technological leap? Then let me.
Back in the lab. Quiet, safe, secure. Just how I like it. Well, hello.
I got your slate.
Well, will you look at that? Huh. And it seems to be in working condition. So you see, even when tragedy strikes, there's people like you to help pick up the pieces. It makes me feel good about where we're going as a species.
Well, I expect to be compensated for this.
Of course. A good deed never goes unrewarded. And I've got just the thing. Here. I know credits are a lazy gift, but as a scientist, I think it's better to be practical. Thanks again.
Despite having enough credits to buy a planet, I always want more. It's human nature. We're all greedy bastards. Okay, some of us are not all of us are bastards by the definitions. Some of us are just legitimate greed.
scan is perfectly safe. Please keep moving.
Every second counts.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. And we're done. Welcome to New Homestead.
Welcome back to New Homestead. But you wouldn't know that. I don't have time for whatever your thing is. I am on an extremely important mission.
Don't stay outside for too long here on Titan. You'll freeze solid.
I have
Good to see you
the
again.
sauce.
About that sauce. Hey, you're back. People are getting antsy for special sauce. You got it?
I have the sauce.
Hell yeah, you came through. Mm-hmm. That's the stuff, all right. Enough for the customers with a little left over for yours truly. Thanks.
So,
welcome to Chunks. What can I get for you?
what's your favorite chunk?
Oh, you had to go and ask the hard questions, huh? How can I pick just one? There's chicken chunks, beef chunks, potato chunks, cheesesteak chunks, cheesecake chunks. You know what? I'm gonna cheat if you don't mind and just say I love them all equally.
Honestly, me too. I understand. So, what's the situation between you and the brown horse?
Oh, it's all good. Chunks pays me pretty well. And between you and me, Anya's doing all right herself. Plus, we got this plan, you know? We want to see if we can introduce some of Anya's famous cooking to the Chunks lineup and pitch it to corporate. Imagine Anya's delicious food in every Chunks restaurant across the settled systems. And people are bound to come visit her place to see where it all started. It's a win all around.
That sounds like a great idea. You should get on that. You have a special love for Chunks, though, don't you?
You know I do. And what's not to love? It's delicious, nutritious, easy, fast, inexpensive. And it sure makes my hungry belly sing for joy. My wife thinks I eat too much Chunks food, but I just can't help myself. It's so good.
I agree. I'd like to get some Chunks.
Sure. What delicious Chunks food can I get for you?
A little bit of everything. You have a nice day.
Thanks for visiting Chunks.
Hello there. The museum here is free to everyone.
So, about that silly idea.
What can I do for you? If you take one of those stupid tours, make sure to follow the rules. They're for your own safety and my sanity.
Where'd you get a costume like that anyway?
I bought it from a private seller. They said they got it from someone who wore it in a secondary school as their sports team mascot. I guess it was supposed to be a tardigrade or something. Anyway, the person I bought it from modified it a bit so they could use it in an independent movie they were making. But I guess that went nowhere, so they had to sell it. Lucky me, I suppose.
Lucky me. I'm keeping it. And I scared off those tourists.
See, sometimes silly ideas are worth the effort. I'm just happy I was able to find someone willing to help with this ridiculous idea. Tell you what, if you want to come back later and do this for me a couple more times, I'll even let you keep the costume.
Well, I was gonna keep the costume anyway.
Enjoy your visit here.
I mean, after all, a silly costume is a silly costume.
It's a little weird that people come here to see what early colony life was like. To me,
People here
it's
live
just
a
how we
simple
live.
life. Try not to complicate.
Well, I did the thing.
Careful not to damage the equipment with the cutter while you're working. We don't need any more problems. Great. I just saw the readings and everything looks good. Thank you. I hope it wasn't too much of a pain in the butt.
I mean, it honestly wasn't worth 4,500 credits.
Feel free to look around, but don't touch.
Parcel freighter to unknown vessel. I have an urgent package, hoping for some assistance. Acknowledge. The Star Parcel's fleet's got a load of these aging Deimos monsters. Built like tanks, but well past their warranty. It's gonna take hours to fix this, if we can get the engine back online at all.
I'm, surprised your ship broke down. Lucky to make out of here alive with your engine down.
Star Parcel always puts a bounty on anyone that messes with us. Always. I got a hot package that's paid for expedited delivery. They'll dock my pay if it doesn't get to its destination. Star Parcel will reward you well if you can assist.
I like the way you mixed in the threat. Under the circumstances, seems like you should up that reward.
The paperwork involved in giving you anything extra is a nightmare.
Well, you've heard of me, right? I don't come cheap.
Yeah, of course. No disrespect intended. Tell you what, I can pay you some credits from the discretionary fund up front. Best I can do.
Send over the package.
Ah, excellent. All you need to do is drop this off to the ship services technician on Neon. They'll take it from there. Thanks for bailing me out of this nightmare.
Well, I mean, sort of. I'm not planning to go there anytime soon. Oh, my. Well, unless any of these are friendlies, it looks like a lot of potential issues. Can't tell if these are spacers or ecliptic. But whoever they are, the robots seem on their side. They don't seem to be too bothered about my ship having landed, though, so, I think I'm going to take a little bit of a rest and, call it here for now. We can, pick it up again tomorrow. Well, next time. I always say tomorrow. It might not be tomorrow. But, yeah, well. Just have to pick a bed. I think I'll go to the other one. Hey, Betty.
Well, if it isn't my favorite walking paycheck.
Until next time, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the stars.